Alright, I'm here properly. I'm here properly. Hi. Ah, frick. I'm not even here properly. I don't even have it up. Oh my god. Wicked fast. Wicked fast. My goodness. There we go. Jump scared. Oh, did I not coax us into it properly? Sorry. Hi. Welcome in, everybody. The instant swap. Oh, dearie. What? I mean, you've been talking about how I should change up the timing nowadays. Just because I have. Hi. I see a Billy. I see a pretender. I see a Kessa. I see a Dust. I see a Squid. Welcome. How are we going? Nice draw on third, Squid. Nice quick draw on third. Well done. Oh, speaking of Squid, did you see that Overwatch has a crossover with Persona 5? I immediately thought of you as soon as I saw it. I was like, oh, Squid's going to lose his mind. Yeah, immediately my thought. Ryuji isn't Yusuke? I mean, Yusuke literally uses a sword. I mean, I guess, but I feel as though the temperament fits a little bit better for Lifeweaver to have Yusuke. No, you're good. A lot of people were mad that Futaba isn't Diva. Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like, it fits the gamer persona and like the UFO and that kind of thing. Like, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I think they just kind of winged it, to be honest. They're just like, this character kind of looks like this character, so we'll go with that. I don't feel like they put too much thought into it. But the costumes look good. But yes, how are we going? How's our week been so far? Sorry that I wasn't live yesterday, but hopefully with today's stream, I'll be so charismatic and engaging to watch that it'll make up for yesterday by leaps and bounds. But oh, thank goodness Bahali didn't stream yesterday. If we get a stream this good today, and all it takes is sacrificing a stream the previous day, that's I'm hoping what the dialogue is going to be in everybody's heads. Someone on Reddit reminded that it's not just up to Blizz on who gets what skins. The collab company also has input. Yeah, they do. You have a purring cat in your lap. Life is good. Ah, lucky. No, the little goblin that stalks my hallways doesn't enjoy sitting in laps whatsoever. She waits until you're at your most wanting to be by yourself, and that's when she strikes. Speed inspiration. Sure, there's a Monsters Inc. screenshot of Sully somewhere doing his big roar. Yeah. You have paid the cat tax. Ooh. Let me see. Yes, so cute. So comfortable. That's awesome. Quick little heads ups, plural. It's just the usual. It's the usual stuff. Art prompt, where, as I said last time, about halfway through the month at this point. So if you want VIP next month and or just a piece of inspiration to draw or create a thing, the art prompt is on the Discord. For this month, it is Sept Armory. I haven't started working on mine yet because I've been too busy painting Pokemon. But once I have finished painting Pokemon, I'm going to quickly try to shotgun something. I've got to get something done. I've been late on the last few, so hopefully, fingers crossed, I can actually get something done in time. So there's that. The second thing is, we've got a Hearthside this weekend. Oh, exciting times that we live in. The details for that have gone up in the announcement section at the top of the Discord. So if you're curious as to when that is, what that is, ho-hum, what's going on, look to the announcement section for all the details. Taking care of kids. Check in later. All good. All good. Go, Billy. Get out of here. Go to things. You need to rewrite your stuff. I know. Sorry to hear it. Thankfully, I haven't had many occasions where I've lost work, like a file's gotten corrupted, or I've just like accidentally deleted it, or I've misplaced it, whatever it happens to be. I haven't had many cases of that, but the few times that it has happened have been absolutely gut-wrenching. So my heart bleeds. Wasn't much, just the concept itself sucks anyways. Yeah, no, but that's the thing, is like, even if you're not losing a lot of work, it's like it's your anchor in doing the thing, right? It's a lot easier to start on something that's already been started. Like, blank canvas anxiety is a thing. Looking at a blank document, a blank canvas, whatever it happens to be, and having to start fresh is always the thing that, always a thing that people struggle with. So having to be presented with a blank canvas again is a little bit daunting. Hopefully, as people have been saying, hopefully it'll be easier the second time, because you've walked that path before. So maybe it'll be a little bit easier to put something down. But that would be my recommendation, is just quickly try and write at least a couple of words, just something, just to mess up the mess out the pristineness of the document. Because as soon as you place that first mark, there's no longer that sense of, well, I have to be careful with what I have to, because, you know, it's the official, it's the thing that I want to write. As soon as you've placed a couple of words, it's gotten rid of that varnish. Thankfully, you know exactly how you started it last time. Or I could peer pressure you into placing those first couple of words now, if you'd like. Excuse me, would you like to be peer pressured? Would you like to be... I could bully you if you'd like. No, I'm okay, thank you. Ah, all right. Well, let me know if you change your mind. I'll be right here. Beating up this street urchin. He's been asking for it for weeks and finally gotten around to it. Too late, already have? Ah, good to hear, good to hear. Because I often struggle with it. I often struggle with placing that first ink blot. Because you're always having your head like, oh, well, you know, the first couple of words that kind of sets the, or in my case, you know, the first bit of colour, the first shape, the first line, whatever it happens to be, kind of sets the precedent for how this project is going to be. I don't know. I'm not too superstitious, But when it comes to these things, I get all up in my head about it. Like, oh, you know, I messed up the anatomy of like the portrait that I did last time, so I need to be like really careful with how I initially do this draft, or yeah, oh, I messed up the perspective, so like if I don't get the perspective grid like exactly right, then bah humbug. Put paint on canvas. I am super struggling with real talk, though. I am super struggling with perspective at the moment. I've been doing a ton of perspective studies, and my intuition when it comes to it is just it's not there. It's not there at all. I can grid everything up. I know. It's a case of, well, that's because I just haven't done enough. I need to practice more. But as soon as I lose the grids, as soon as I'm going off of my intuition, it immediately looks like a mess. I at least have the grids to fall back on. I at least can be like, oh, okay, well, I need to sort out this perspective for this section, so I can do up a perspective grid, and then it makes a lot more sense. But I fear that what I reckon is happening is my perspective is better. It's better than it was with new pieces, where I can just wing it and it looks better than winging it did previously. But I'm still suffering from like the uncanny valley effect that definitely applies in perspective when like an angle looks slightly off, and then it puts everything out of whack. If I just darken this tooth completely like that, and we keep that one bright down the bottom. But yes, perspective has always been my Achilles heel. I always find myself hit with this urge to like go and train in the mountains. You know, does anyone else get that? When sometimes you're like, I'm really struggling with X or Y. I should spend 1,000 years up in the mountains perfecting this skill. Hi Minnow, welcome. How you going? That's what happened with my time off streaming for a year. Was I essentially went, I just want to improve a ton. So I went off into the mountains and drew landscapes for a year. In the back of my head, I've got, well, I need to fight the urge, because you know it's healthier to have a balance, right? Where you do some pieces on stream, you do like a bit of bit of practice on the side, blah, 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 try and balance the two. But I can't argue with the results. I can't argue with the results. When I look back at the progress that I made across that year, I get envious. Get envious of the Mahali back then. Would get that if you're... I should already know how to do this, and I'm a failure because I wasn't so strong. Yeah, I mean... It's my way of grabbing it by the horns, you know? Where... I should really do something about it. Oh, I know what I can do. Mountains. To the mountains. Off to the mountains. I'll go to that cabin in the mountains and be a shaman. Just like a little like, a wise person. I don't know. I'll be a goblin up in the mountains. That, like, I feel as though... So, as you've stated, as you've described, step one is loathing. Then my step two solution is mountains. Yeah, mountains. But I feel as though that's incorrect. I need to rewire this. I need to rewire this connection because it shouldn't be loathing to mountains. It should be loathing to like incremental steps. So like this should be 3. 2 should be little improvements. You know? Your step 2 is more loathing. Well, okay, well then I'm at least not suffering from that. Not anymore. But that's not great either. You should probably do a little bit of rewiring yourself. I'm absolutely not perfect when it comes to this sort of thing. So, bit of hypocrisy on my part, but hey, we're all struggling. We're all citizens of Struggle Town. How you going, Minnow? How's your day been? Good morning. Good morning. How'd you sleep? There we go. That's how time works. Which I think is bigger, ice cream or the ice cream cone? There are 3 schools of thought. School 1, just eyeballing it. If you just were to look at it, be like, let's have a look at this ice cream. What looks bigger, the ice cream or the cone? And then eyeballing it, it's like, whoa, probably the cone actually, because it's occupying kind of like a bigger silhouette. School 2 is volume. So volume is school 2. Volume, cone again wins, just because it's literally occupying more volume, more space, more area. Then school 3 is actual mass. And the ice cream wins by like a landslide, an absolute landslide, because that cone is empty in it. It's just a shell. There's nothing on the inside. Whereas the ice cream, that's a dense shape right there. So in terms of like the 3 schools, the fact that 2 of them vote for cone, I'd say cone wins in terms of just sheer amount of people in support, but you can be cheeky. You can be cheeky with it. Here's my like anvil in the well to really disturb the water. You ready? You ready? I'm going to say ice cream because... You ready? Check this out. Second bowl of ice cream. You immediately win. As soon as you add the second bowl of ice cream, it throws all of the equations out of the water. Like, it obliterates, like, crater of the argument. Yeah, see? Boom. So many people get 2 scoops as well. I feel as though it's a standard. The upward, the ceiling, the potential ceiling of the ice cream, way higher. What are you gonna do? You're gonna add a second cone like a fool, like a darn fool, a third cone. What are you doing? You're not increasing by the rules of eyeballing it and volume. You're not increasing the size of the cone at all. You're just adding more sleeves. And then you're going to tell me that you're a psychopath? You're going to do this? You're going to do this? What kind of psycho does this? What kind of absolute menace to society? Just chuck them in the brig. Anybody doing this is just gone. Too far gone. The whole thing about knowing you have a problem is the first step is all well and good, but all that's gotten you is step 2, where you complain about how you know what the problem is, but you're still not doing much about it. One day you'll get to action. Not today, because you have a cat in your lap and you're trapped. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. The cat is forcing the inaction. That's not on you. Don't get people who order 3 scoops or more, because like that's just a waste when it's melted. Yeah, nobody's getting through 3 scoops before it starts to melt. That just ain't happening. 2? Yeah, okay. No, I understand. That's fine. Like you're a bit hungrier than usual. You can do 2. 3. Into the brig with the person stacking the cone on top of the ice cream. Cone is the best part of the ice cream though. Cone though. Would totally eat a double cone. Well, here's the rain on your. So here's your parade. You're parading. You've got your tuba. You've got your trombone as well. Don't worry about the shapes. It's a parade. So here's the rain. Here's the rain on your parade. There are people who get ice creams in cups. To avoid the cone specifically. I haven't heard personally of anybody ordering an ice cream cone, just the cone. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard that. Never heard of it before. Do you wonder if ice cream would make people full eating it? Because you don't? I mean, obviously the people with 3 scoops. You would if you could. Yeah, okay. So you're saying it's just not offered as a conventional option? Ordering ice cream with cups. Those are witches, burn them. Oh, I mean, I'll be the first on the stake. I often get ice cream as like just in a cup. It tends to be when I'm trying to cut down on calories. So like there's that. It's less of a preference thing and more of a like a tactics thing. If you want to go with it that way. So like the superior ice cream would probably be in the cone, yeah. For every person ordering ice cream in a cup means there's one more cone left. Yeah, that's a good point. No, that is a good point. I hadn't considered that. Fair play. What brought this about, Midnight Traveller? Are you in the ice cream industry yourself? Big fan of ice cream with cone. Just have a crunch that cups don't have. Yeah, when you're eating the cup, it just kind of crumples. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Oh, here come the ads. Ah, oh, brick. Duck for cover. Oh, so you just bought an ice cream and eating it right now. Aha. Well, when we've gotten to the core of that mystery. Speaking of cores, it's the one thing that I miss the most about not being able to eat sugary things, because they give me migraines. I miss the joy of bubblegum that had like the syrupy stuff in the middle. There's nothing else like it. Am I a 10-year-old? Maybe. Maybe I am. But still, no, that's my position, and I'm sitting here comfortable. Doing all right. Spent all of yesterday fixing your computer. Lost some configuration files because you're dumb. Don't say dumb. Like I'm completely useless when it comes to anything computer. So no, I get you. All of your art was saved. Ah, good to hear. If you don't eat sweets, feel like terrible and weak, need your daily sugar intake. No, I can't. I can't at all. I mean, you're stuck in ads, so you can't hear me, but I can't do sugar at all. You like some sweets? You get really tired of them quickly? I could never binge sweets, but I do miss some of the profiles. Like, we've got a brand of candy here in Australia. I'm not sure if other people do. It's called Trolley. And they do the whole like, oh, we made a hamburger out of sugar. We made a hamburger out of gummy. We made like a hot dog out of gummy. We make gummy bears and stuff. And that's definitely a brand that I miss. But I mean, I feel better for not eating them anymore. But still, I miss them. One of these days I'm going to break. One of these days I'm going to be like, you know what? I'll have one. I'll get a migraine from it. I'll regret it. I'll never do it again. But I'll have at least scratched the itch. You once didn't have sweets for a day? Can't even lift something heavy that you lifted before? Really? So it's the spinach to your Popeye. Yeah, okay. And you're like, whoa, boy, and you pop open a bag of Skittles and they go whoop into your mouth and you bing, and your muscle goes like up like a bridge or whatever, arch bridge. Cat is dreaming. My cat has little nightmares every time she sleeps. I presume she twitches and kicks and stuff. Sadly, you don't have Skittles here. If you do, it's expensive AF. Yeah, that's fair. Do you at least have like a brand, like a go-to brand that scratches the itch? Like $10 a pack? Oh, yeah, no thanks. Oreos? Yeah, okay, fair. Another thing I can't eat. Oreos and Tim Tams, again, are a tragic loss for Mahali. But hey, what can you do? What are we up to, by the way? We've got Midnight eating ice cream. We've got Dust being paperweighted by a sleeping cat. What else have we got going? Never had an Oreo? They're pretty good. As somebody who can't eat them, they're pretty good. They don't produce Tim Tams here anymore. What? That's awful. What are you supposed to drink hot chocolate with? Back from dinner. Now to finish an English essay you gotta do. Wow, good luck. I'll keep saying things in English and hopefully that inspires greatness. Aerodrome. Pistachio. Umbrella. Sounds like I'm trying to unlock a sleeper agent or something. Pineapple. Railcar. 27. I've been unlocked. I'm awakened. Live in the country above Australia. Used to have a lot of them, but they just stopped producing. Frick. There are a few countries above Australia. Quite a few, actually. Like, immediate neighbours as well. That's an interesting thought, yeah, because we in Australia get like a few knockoff, well, not knockoff products. We get imported US products because they're popular or whatever. The thought never crossed my mind that neighbours to Australia would get imported Australian products. I mean, it makes sense. Just never clicked. You have to write stuff about Medea still, so yeah, fun. Ooh. Yeah, okay. So we need more Shakespearean language being used. Tim Tam straws mine pookie. Uses to drinketh coffee with it. Hark. Yeah, fair. Tim Tams and what are the spiral straw like wafer things called? They've got like chocolate on the inside. They're not Australian. If in anything, they're Italian, I think. They like have little holes on the edges on the water. That was the bong back then? Well, you'd drink a bit of hot chocolate and it would melt the inside of the Tim Tam in the process. It was just, oh. Surely they knew exactly what they were doing when they were designing that feature, that inbuilt feature to the application. Have this thing that ran out of battery, lost the charger, probably during last move. You've been trying to find a replacement, which is proving to be a challenge. Yeah, okay, fair. Do you know what adapter it needs? Is it like a USB-C? Mini USB? Guys still have kangaroos there? Yeah, mostly. Kangaroos are... people sometimes mischaracterize kangaroos as being like one of our endangered species. It's not the case. Kangaroos are like as common as sheep and stuff here. Probably not, because they don't get like farmed in the same way. Like you don't have paddocks full of kangaroos. I mean, you kind of do, but not really. They're incredibly abundant. Incredibly abundant. And freaking terrifying. Don't think most of your favourite pastries and cookies have made it outside of Sweden, much less to Australia, unless count IKEA. They've started doing their own knockoffs that aren't as good. Yeah, I think the closest to like Swedish stuff that we get is, I mean, do Swedish fish count? I mean, they're not pastries. But that's like the closest thing to an import that we get from Sweden, I think. IKEA does pastries? Yeah, IKEA does like a full like buffet. It's not entirely a buffet. You like go and grab particular dishes, but still, like it's pretty cool. Swedish fish are good though. Except they're just candy fish here. Yeah, understandably so. There's a movie called... Frick. It's called Welcome to the Jungle. That's what it got localized as here. I have no idea what the freaking name is anywhere else apart from here. But there's a movie called that. And there's a joke in that, like, oh, what do you call Brazil nuts here in Brazil? And it's like, well, they're just called nuts. Presumably the same thing with any product or thing that's named after the location that you get them from. Got into an IKEA once, and it's just furniture that you didn't find at the food court. Yeah, no, the food court is like its own dedicated thing. Usually at the end. So you have the start of IKEA. You have the start. And then you go through, you look at all the... You go, oh, it's a bed. Oh, that's cool. Lovely bed. Oh, a couch. Love that. Love that. A regular chair. Regular not couch chair. And then you get to the end of IKEA, and then there's the food court, like here. There's a movie called Frick. I mean, would you be surprised? Would you be surprised? It was directed by me. I did it. So basically like a treasure at the end of IKEA. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Why do you think they have you walk like the dotted line from point A to point B? It's to get to the food court. Ignore the furniture. That's not what you're there for. It's the meatballs. It's a barrel plug. Means it's very finicky with the exact diameter. The charger plugged straight into the wall. So it could take any voltage from 3 to 20 volts. Ah, right. Okay. Well, you could type the product into Google, and that usually tends to have a breakdown of what the charging requirements are, unless it's a really niche product. But yeah, if you still have the product and you've got the model number on it and everything, you should be able to type in the direct everything into Google. Could do an IRL D&D session at IKEA. Final boss is the manager. Ah, the thought of going to IKEA to LARP is maybe the greatest thing of all time. There's an IKEA SCP. Yeah, the endless one. Endless IKEA. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's sick. It's sick. Believe it or not, I've never LARPed before. I don't know what the process is. I imagine, just based on the premise, that it's basically just D&D, but in real life. So you've got somebody DMing, do you? Is that how that works? Or is it like a shared DM role across everybody, taking part? Obviously, probably there aren't specific rules, like you do whatever you want, but generally speaking, I imagine that you've got a GM role. Otherwise, who's determining what's happening, you know? Katie's streaming their D&D session, asking in Discord if I mind her sharing that. No, please, by all means. All means. Please do. Never. Sharing a link to the stream? How dare. Nothing that down whenever you and your friends go to IKEA. You gonna LARP? I mean, let me know how it goes. That sounds fascinating. Anyone doubts your Swedishness? Your grandma's cousin is on a picture in the IKEA museum. Yeah, no, that's as official as it gets. Dust has proven his citizenship. He may live. Turned out it's a surprisingly niche product, has no branding or information of any kind printed on it, so finding any information about it is proving a challenge. Don't know who the manufacturer is, much less technical specs. You could try describing it with just generalized descriptive words on Google. So for example, if it's a lamp, you could be like silver lamp, reflective metal, black clasp in the middle or something, and see what turns up on Google. See if you get a visual match. If you're super desperate, you could always take a picture of it and then attempt to reverse Google image search the product, and it'll come up with images that are similar. Share a pic of it. Maybe someone here knows. Yeah, yep. Cast a wide net, I suppose, is what I'm describing. LARPing at IKEA would be pretty sick, not gonna lie. And I can't imagine why they'd have a problem with it, right? I mean, what have they got the furniture there for anyway? It's just sitting around. It's perfect for like cover props, you know? I don't see the problem, and they shouldn't either. Speaking of costumes, because LARPing involves. No, you know what? I'm standing by that. Standing by that segue. It makes sense in my head. We're going with it. I have just received in the mail the hoodie that I'm going to be using as part of my costume for PAX. I'm ecstatic. It's all coming together, slowly but surely. It's going to be a sprint at the end, but it'll be worth it, I reckon. Did try searching with description, with image search, found a little bit of information that way, a few clues as to who the manufacturer may be, and a few expired Amazon listings. Yeah, okay. The plot thickens. You're wearing a detective outfit? Because from what I can tell in shows and movies, detective work goes a lot more smoothly whenever you're dressed up as a detective. If you've got a bloodhound as well, that could also help to sniff out the clues. How do I want to do this? That bit should be darker. That bit should be brighter. I should do highlight across the bottom lip. But before I get to that, I should darken the body. How's the ice cream, by the way? Any good? I didn't even ask what flavour you got, Midnight. What flavour did you get? Don't look like a detective. No detective dresses like a detective. It'll ruin the detecting. But if no detective is dressed like a detective, how does the detective know what to not look like exactly? And then if the detective isn't dressed like a detective, how are they supposed to use a magnifying glass? Because a magnifying glass is like the best bit. But then it's a dead giveaway as to what a detective looks like, you know? You could be dressed as a clown, pull out a magnifying glass and look through it with an air of suspicion, and you're immediately a detective clown. The magnifying glass makes it. So if you say that you can't dress like a detective, I reckon that hamstrings you quite considerably. Not allowed to use the core piece, the thing that helps you find the clues. Search has proven to be quite fun and intriguing so far. Good to hear, good to hear. It's interesting hearing you going through and ticking off different approaches to finding more information, and the fact that you have found like little tidbits as well is very exciting. Let us know if you make any more discoveries, and we can see where we can go from there. I'm just going through and trying to bring other parts of Splash 2's body up to the same degree of rendering as the head. The head isn't by any means finished, but it's at least better developed than other parts of the body. So I want to bring those other bits up. I want to bring up the average across the board. It's easier to see what details need to be added when everything else is kind of covered, you know? Even if I were to bring the head up to full render, I would still be filled with that sense of, it just doesn't look quite right. Obviously, because the body looks like macaroni art. Not that there's anything wrong with macaroni art, but you know what I mean. It looks awful. Oh, dearie dear. Could you imagine? You're like, hi, I'm blah blah blah. I'm Gary. I'm Gary. I'm a breakout artist who is really loves the world, loves, you know, being creative, but specifically my passion is macaroni art. It's my medium of choice. It's what I find purpose with. I love life through the lens of macaroni art. It's my favorite streamer. It's Bahali, my favorite streamer of all time. I'm gonna tune in for a second. Typing in like, hi Mahali, how's it going? It's been a while, blah blah blah. And then in the middle of you typing up that message, frick macaroni art. It's the worst thing ever. It's like, wait, what? My heart. Absolute devastation. I've crushed someone. I've absolutely crushed someone and I didn't realise. Now that I think about it, I'm kind of a monster. And Tony didn't make another macaroni art piece ever again. Yeah, exactly. I've destroyed somebody's dreams. The moral of the story is, I hate macaroni, I guess. I guess that's the moral, yeah. Moral of the story is frick pasta. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Frick pasta. Minnow wouldn't have lost that thing if it weren't for Pasta. Wouldn't have lost the charging cable. Excellent. We've found a scapegoat. We can pass all of our troubles off to Pasta now. Speaking of troubles, there's a little game series. Yeah, your arch nemesis, exactly. There's a game series called Destiny. Specifically, Destiny 2 is what I want to talk about. I've had a love-hate relationship with the game for basically since it launched. And then if you're aware of any of the news to do with it, you can kind of understand why. But I feel as though they've finally the straw that broke the camel's back. They've finally done the thing that will make it so that I'll never be interested in the game ever again. One of the draws of Destiny is that it's a really fun sci-fi universe. Oh, I've got a goblin hollering inside because she thinks she's all alone. I'm in here. Hello? Yeah. See if she runs over now. One of the draws of the Destiny game is that it's an immersive sci-fi storytelling setting. And what they've decided to do with the upcoming expansion for it is do a collaboration with Star Wars. Hooray! I'm so excited. That they're doing a collaboration with Star Wars. What are they doing for the collaboration with Star Wars? They are crossing the Destiny universe over with the Star Wars universe. Hooray! Hooray! I'm so freaking pissed. So the one thing that the game still had was like immersive world building and stuff, and they've gone and stuck a foot through it. Ads. Frick. As soon as ads hit, I'm gonna go and steal the goblin who's having a cry inside because she thinks she's all by herself. She can hear me. I don't understand. I'm all alone. Crossovers are not all created equal. I was struggling to communicate my annoyance the other day with crossovers because it doesn't really appear in anything outside of video games. I mean, it kind of happens in movies and shows and stuff, but not like you don't have a case of like Liam Neeson from Taken turns up in Batman. Is like, hi, I'm Liam Neeson. I'm going to find your daughter, Batman. Like, you don't have those kind of crossovers, but you do in video games all the time. I don't understand why it's okay. I don't understand why it's okay in video games, but it's all right everywhere else. But it's not all right everywhere else. I don't get it. I don't understand. When did we set this precedent? What I fear the most is that I've described Liam Neeson from Taken turning up in whatever it was, the Batman, and you'd actually have people going, oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. Piss off. Alright, ads have started. I'm going to go kidnap a goblin. 2 seconds, be right back. Goblin saved. Okay. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back. Most crossovers are terrible. Only a few games have done it right, or at least in a way that doesn't compromise their identity. That's the problem that I have. That's the problem that I have with crossovers, is that it doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like they've gone about it in a way to preserve the identity of the thing that came first. So if you've got World A, and in World A, everything is at stake because, you know, the sun's going to blow up. Everything is at stake in World A because World A is going to be hit with a meteorite, right? Then they take Superman from World B and bring him to World A. All of a sudden, all stakes are gone because Superman exists in World A. If they get hit by the meteorite, it's like, well, okay, well, not only does that not make any sense, but like, I don't care anymore because Superman's there. He can just like trivialize everything, you know. And it's not even from a problem-solving perspective either. Like the seriousness with which we are keeping the world intact kind of goes flying out the window. The example that I gave before was, imagine that you're reading like Pride and Prejudice or whatever, and you've got like, you've got these interrelationship like dynamics going on, like tension between these two individuals. The politics of the family, blah, blah, blah. And then Spider-Man swings in. And he's like, hey, everyone, I'm Spider-Man. And everyone goes, oh, hi, Spider-Man, how's it going? And then everybody does a high five and a backflip. It's like, all of a sudden, nothing matters anymore because it's just memes. It takes all of it destroys the sense that the world is like a thing that's been crafted. It's the same problem that I have in LOL random stories. In LOL random stories, things just kind of happen, and there's no precedent for them. It's the problem that I had with I'm going to be absolutely destroyed. Some people might absolutely hate me for this, but there's a series called Discworld. And it's incredibly beloved, and I understand why. I fully get it, but it's super duper not for me, because how the story works is like characters are at a location, something goes wrong, they have to sort out like how they're going to get out of the scenario, and then something random happens. Like one of the characters gains the ability to like bring things from their imagination into real life, or a character just gains the ability of flight, or a character just becomes incredibly lucky and they dodge everything. And at that point in time, like nothing matters anymore, you know, because like what are the stakes? Nothing, because like there aren't any rules. It sounds super, I don't know. It sounds super sort of D&D rules lawyery, but it's kind of true. If you don't have any rules involved, then there's no sense of narrative satisfaction, because there's no degree of I can see how domino A knocked into domino B, knocked into domino C, knocked into domino like that doesn't matter anymore because anything can happen. Like a domino can fall out of the sky and hit the stack of dominoes, or somebody can shoot a gun with a domino at the end of it and hit this. Like it throws all the rules out the window. And I feel similarly with crossovers. Really summarize my thoughts nice and quickly on that one. I don't mind a reinterpretation of something, though. Like if somebody were to take like a Beauty and the Beast style character dynamic and like do their own interpretation of that, and it's distinct enough to where it's not egregious, I think that's fine. It doesn't. I read that more as an homage, and it feels nicer at the very least. But just wholesale dumping the characters in just feels weird. The biggest thing is the lighting. Because before I had an issue with some of the colours that were present in Moltres and Dust. But then as soon as I fixed the lighting on them, they immediately snapped into place. And I feel as though I'm in a similar state with Splash, Ho-Oh and Pigeon. That I need to fix up the lighting on them, and as soon as I do, they'll fall into place. So I'm going through and making sure that the lighting makes sense for each bit. I also want to up the contrast a little bit because I have this terrible habit of wanting to add more rendering to something. So I slowly crank the dials. But what I'm doing is I'm pushing the peas around on my plate, but not actually eating. So for example here with Gyarados' body, I've started with this mid-tone and I've been pushing slowly but surely into darker versions, into darker tones of that hue. But I haven't actually shifted into a true extreme with it yet. I've kind of done that with the blue here on the back, which is nice. I need to do that with this beige tone. I can go way darker than I currently am. The problem with going half-hearted with the darker beige is if you compare this to this, like the main mid-tone with the slightly darker section, the difference between the two isn't that big, and it makes it feel kind of flat and dull. Whereas if I really crank that difference between the two, if I really go dark and really go light, it pushes the really light section forward a ton, and it pushes the really dark section back a ton, and it creates that depth that I'm looking for. So here, I'm going to try bumping the highlight forward substantially. And hopefully that brings that part of the body forward. It does. It does. Maybe a little bit too much, given that I want the mouth to be a bit further forward than the serpent bit. So, for example, if we do this with the mouth, that should bring the mouth way more forward. Yeah, look at that, and it's pushed the neck back in comparison. More of that, please, me. Like that on the teeth, and I'll do something similar with the whiskers as well. I feel like I could go darker here still though. So let's do that. Want to create a bit of a difference between the face bits, including the lips and the neck. Talking about Gyarados. Anatomy here, so it's going to be a little bit weird. Yeah, see, that's looking better. One of the games that has done crossovers right is Terraria, because there's basically no narrative to screw up, and the game has always felt like lots of stuff have been thrown into a blender, but it works. Terraria is above all sandbox games, so many crossovers only mean there's more to play around with. Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with. I see similarly, people disagree with me, but I see Overwatch to be in a similar basket, where I've never really cared about the story of Overwatch that much. I've seen it almost exclusively as a PvP, just arena game, where you jump into the arena, you play rounds, and then you come out. So there's no sense of continuity to break, in my opinion. Other people might disagree. Other people might be highly invested in the world of Overwatch. And if they get pissed off by crossovers, I get it. I just don't share the same opinion as to the conservation of the world in the same way. So I don't have a problem with a problem with Overwatch doing it in the way that they do. But I can see the pitfall. I can see where they would lose people who are interested in the narrative. Cat really doesn't have any sense of personal space. Sitting at your desk, working on something, and your crossed legs have been used as a stepping stool without any warning 3 times now. I mean, do they have to give you warnings? I don't think so. I don't think they're morally obligated to do anything. A lot of this would be quite dark, and then with that bit that's extending off into outer space, we could bring a bit of the theatre backlight, well, theatre backstage kind of vibe to it. Atmosphere, I guess is the word that I'm looking for. Start to fade that out. That way it feels a little bit further away. Yeah, no, but I completely agree. You know, any game that kind of fits that identity of this is just an excuse to have these characters clash, or this is just an excuse to have like things in the world. I think like Spelunky kind of fits that same bill, where it's very kind of lol random, the narrative doesn't matter too much. That game I wouldn't have an issue with there being crossover-y stuff. But as soon as it's a narrative, can you imagine, for example, like a World of Warcraft or something, and then, I don't know, like Frodo turns up in World of Warcraft and has the One Ring, and you can play as Legolas, like actually Legolas, like, as an elf, like firing arrows and stuff. All of a sudden, all of the story of World of Warcraft just doesn't matter anymore because it's just a meme. Just a meme. Okay, shading out the horn a little bit more. Crest, head crest thing. No, we'll go with horn. I like that. Gyarados' face horn. Absolutely not a horn, it's closer to a crest, but still, I find that really funny. You do have to kind of call it into question whenever you look at some Pokemon designs. Like, is it rhinoceros rules? Is it rhinoceros rules? Like, it's hardened hair that has been like covered in mud and sort of strengthened over time? Is that what the crest is? Is it bones? Is it antlers? Does Gyarados have antlers? Screws up the rules of the world, so the accomplishments and struggles of the characters don't matter anymore? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Maybe I can darken the back of the neck even further and push it like away and higher. It's making sense in my head, don't worry about it. So take some of that background tone in here. Bring it into that back plate, I guess is the best way of describing it. That's feeling a little bit better. It feels like it's heading in the right direction. I do want the body sections of the Gyarados to be a little bit larger the further down though. So can I get in a section here, kind of? Yes. Okay, there we go. Does that work? Does that work? Does that look shaded out in the way that I want it to? Kind of. Enjoying the art? Yes, I am, Tavern. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. If I can get Gyarados done, I reckon we're in for a good shot to get the rest of the piece done by tomorrow. I reckon. Time to bring some of the highlighty bits in. And around, there we are. All right, how's this contact highlight thing gonna work? Do I just darken the whole flap and then, yeah, I think I do that. Like the simplicity of Pokemon's art style leaves the details up to imagination. For example, with Latios, can't tell whether he has smooth skin or fur, so you can have whatever you want. I like that in principle. But I don't think... how to say? I feel like there are ways that simplicity can be done. Still preserve that sense of like, oh, you know, it can be any texture, without going so simple. Because at the moment, it's almost like the designs are made out of Play-Doh or clay, I suppose, if Play-Doh isn't a thing that you're familiar with. Like, it just they feel a little bit too blank canvas. I get what you mean, where it's very much so you can almost like audience stand-ins, where the character is introduced to the world, and it's like, oh, I am new to this world, and I have no idea how any of this works, and blah blah blah. And you as the reader, you're like, oh, that's me. It's like me. I don't know any of the rules of the world. I haven't lived here all my life, so it's, I'm getting my experience through that. Similarly with Pokemon designs, it's like, oh, well, because it's a blank canvas, I can just like place my own headcanon as to what the Pokemon looks like kind of onto the Pokemon. I think that's fine. I think that's really cool. but there are more stylized versions. They've showed more stylized versions in the past of Pokemon aesthetics that still communicate that to the audience. Like Generation 5 with the pixelated graphics do a really good job of getting the idea of the character across, but still giving it a bit of pizzazz. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon apparently has like a really cool cell shaded effect on the Pokemon. It gives it a bit. Even there's a new Ditto Pokemon game that's just been announced recently. That's essentially Pokemon meets Minecraft meets an Animal Crossing. And even that has more of a visual flair than the base games do. Sorry, I've used your innocent comment to go and spiral again. But I agree. I like the fact that people can... It's how we ended up with the Detective Pikachu aesthetic, where an artist essentially did their rendition of what they feel like Pokemon would be like if they were real. And because there isn't a good sense of like, this Pokemon has fur, this Pokemon has hardened skin, whatever, you can kind of interpret those textures however you want, however you like, and you end up with some really unique imagery. It's really cool. I fully agree. That's maybe a little bit too bright, perhaps, maybe? Perhaps. Oh no. Sorry, bud. Oh no! The rolls were so good at the start of stream. What happened? Yeah, you are. We can do rollies. Billy, dust, roll a d20, see if Billy successfully drags you into the pit. Oh, an 11 is above average. Oh no! Enjoy your stay. Also agree in that Pokemon could be more stylized, like Mystery Dungeon cel-shaded. It's striking and more elaborate, while still leaving details up to interpretation. It gives a little bit more, I don't know, flavor, texture, anything. It feels more styled in enjoyable ways. Whereas when you leave it completely blank, I don't know, it gives you an empty feeling whenever you look at Pokemon. Jokes on you, I'm into that bit. Get done. Darken that bit there. I'm so sad, by the way. D&D went well. D&D went well yesterday, but I'm incredibly sad because, yeah, I'll start that sentence over just because people might have been stuck in ads for the past like 5-10 seconds. I'm really sad, not because D&D went poorly. D&D went well yesterday, but something happened where we encountered a room full of NPCs. Full of NPCs. Absolutely filled to the brim. And my character Dave was so excited because it was an opportunity to make friends with people. So exciting. We haven't seen people in like yonks. Ages. So Dave was like, this is my moment. And like immediately is like, hello everybody, can we be best friends? Now, here's what happened. 3 of the people in the room were actively antagonizing everybody, so they ended up dead in the process. 1 tragically died as part of the antagonization, so we lost a potential friend. 2 of them decided, you know what, we're going to get out of here and we're going to go bring help. So I was like, yeah, okay, so there's potential friendship in the future, but those 2 are gone. Frick. 1 of them just went, now you're on your own, and left. Then we were left with 1 remaining potential friend. And Dave is like, okay, so I've let, 6 at this point fall through my fingers? Friendship, here we go. Remaining friend, here we go. Friendship, I'm ready for it. Turns out the final guy was a changeling, was intending to backstab us the entire time, and we had to kill them. So in a room full of like 7 potential best friends for my character Dave, nothing. We're left with nothing. No friends. No friendship. Friendship is dead. A doppelganger specifically. Yeah, exactly. I liked his name. Yeah, his name was Biff Longsteel. It was sick. It just... he had to die. So sad. Ever get the stream avatars for you in the tavern? Having a pit section where the avatars are automatically put down would be hilarious. That would be fun. Rolling in that 20 gives them wings and raises them up as like a little redemption. Hi. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can stick the landing. Verena? Hi, Verena. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Please let me know if I've gotten the pronunciation on that correct. How you going? How's your day been? Had the exact thought the other day. A pit tracker. A pit tracker would go pretty hard. A pit tracker would definitely go pretty hard. Last night's session cemented even more that you like Daggerheart's combat turn order better. Yeah. I haven't had enough. My character didn't have like very friendly terms with Daggerheart's combat turn order previously, and I haven't had a chance to run him after I've reworked him a little bit. So difficult to gauge. Potentially, I'm not sure. Fun thing about relearning violin is figuring out why does this sound horrible every 5 minutes. If it helps at all, that tends to be the case with most instruments. Recorder is another one. Xylophone, piano, they all tend to suffer from the case of this doesn't sound very nice as it currently is. Automaton. Oh, top of the list. Top of the list. Want to cast Thunderwave on him and the mirror? Oh, well, he's on edge, so roll initiative. Rolls a 4. Yeah, that's fair. I think the answer right now is more Rosen. As in, what's Rosen? I'm confused. I'm befuddled. Help. Rosin? No, that hasn't cleared it up at all. You've just said the same thing again. Wax for violin strings. Oh, really? I've never heard of that before. Okay. I never did string instruments. The closest to string instruments I've ever gotten is piano. Made from tree sap? That sounds about right. As somebody who's just self-admittedly never heard of it before, I think you're absolutely correct, yeah. What do you mean even you knew this? I don't know things plenty. You played the trombone? Yeah, so that's the thing is I've played piano, played the ocarina, I've played trumpet, never string instruments, never ever string instruments. Put it on the bow to give it. Oh, right. I just no, that makes sense. I assumed it was put directly on the strings, but it makes way more sense to apply it to the bow. I'm a smart music man. I mean, when it comes to piano specifically, I guess. But even then, I'm an amateur. No, you're good. You're good. Initially, I was like, oh, did dust maybe mean resin or something, like buffing up the shine of the violet? And then you doubled down on rosin. I was like, oh, frick, no, okay, no, this is just a word that I'm not familiar with. Cello's your favourite sounding solo instrument? Really? That's fair. Cello shares quite a few similarities with the human voice. Or so I've heard. One of the closest instruments to a vocal performance. So I can see that. I have enough in the middle of the bow, but you think the edges are too little? Ah, fair. Yep. Full of bass reverb, smooth. My preference tends to be jukebox instruments. So piano, guitar, and that's it. That's the only two. No, any instrument where you can play a bit solo. That tends to be where a lot of my fascination is. But that's not to say that I don't like songs that really highlight like a tin whistle or something. Those can be really cool too. Just rule of thumb, I prefer jukebox. Bit biased towards the violin, obviously. Cellos are really nice too. Traditional Asian string instrument is nice too. the zither, or do you mean the? So the zither is the big board of strings, but then I can't remember what the single string, similar to a cello kind of thing, is. But that has a really nice sound to it as well. Starts with O. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not aware. I like the sound of cello better, but you like playing violin more. That's fair. Like, I enjoy the sound of a saxophone, but I'm never going to learn how to play it. Never is a strong word. I won't say never, but I've yet to attempt to learn how to play it. Love how you feel the violations. Yeah, good. The vibrations of the violin. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. You get the same thing with piano. When you get to the lower octaves, you start to feel the vibrations with your whole body and soul. It's quite fun. Two-string bow instrument where the bow is between strings. Chinese, very iconic sound. It's the one that appears in a lot of the in the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom main themes. Yeah. No, it's a good sound. I agree. BRB, yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. I'll BIB as well. I gotta go eat Billy's chicken nuggets. Well, he's not at his computer. I'll quickly sweep in. Drums can play solo too. Ever listen to a taiko drum performance? Oh, for sure. I wouldn't call them jukebox though. Jukebox specifically means they can play the entire essence of a song, if that makes sense. So you can embody the bass, the bass, the vocals, the midtones, it covers all of the different elements. In the same way that like a flute can like play different songs, but it's not a jukebox instrument in the sense that it doesn't cover all of the elements of the song. I do like a good drum, especially in accompaniment. It's just not my favorite. One generous heaping of rosin later. It do be sounding better. There you go. You do love the cello thunderstruck color? Yeah. It's pretty good. Drums are less versatile. They're not... Yeah. You can get a lot of really different sounds out of drums. But in terms of... You're not going to get a melody out of drums, for example. So I'd say that they're incredibly versatile just within their realm. Oh, we take a 10. We take a 10. Hi, Noctua. How you going? Oh no, Minnow. That's okay. That's like we all enjoy time in the pit. How'd you sleep, Noctua? You laugh so much when you go into the pit. You love being so simple. I mean, I don't blame you. It's fun. It's fun. It's kind of like, what's it called? It's spelunkying? Wow, what's that activity when, like, cave diving? What? No, cave diving is for underwater caves. What's it called when people just, like, go diving into holes in the ground? Is that bad? Because you're bleeding? Oh, sorry, bud. Sorry, bud. Waiting for dinner to be done cooking. Scuba diving? No. There's like an activity where you find a hole in the ground that's a cave and you jump into it with a parachute. It's stupid. I wouldn't do it, but it's a thing that people do, and I've forgotten what it's called. Rightfully so, because why take up real estate in my brain for that? Spelunking. Well, that's what I thought. But I've got it so hardwired in my head that Spelunky is a game. Spelunking. The exploration of caves, especially as a hobby. Not quite. Cave. What's it called when you jump into a cave with a parachute? Please. Jumping into a cave with a parachute is a form of base jumping, specifically called cave base jumping. It involves parachuting from a fixed object like a cliff rather than an aircraft. It's an extremely dangerous and specialized extreme sport. You don't freaking say. Yeah, okay, so cave base jumping. There we go. That's the term. Do you feel there's a different word? TMA episode about it? Feel like it's on the tip of your tongue? Base jumping, just Googled it? Yeah. Yep. Just trying to relearn this one song you used to play a bit of. It's going better than you thought. There's this one note where you keep playing several strings unintentionally. It sounds awful. Yes. No, the worst is when you've nailed a song. Absolutely nailed a song and it's sounding good. And then in the middle of it, you play the wrong note and it's harshly incorrect. It's harshly the wrong note. Discordant, I think, whatever. Like, it's really, really, really far off and it clashes. So say for example, you're playing Feralise or something, but instead of the n and it becoming a perfect cadence, it's like na 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 na. It's like, oh god, it just throws everything off. Absolutely, I did that earlier today, and it not with Feralise, but like a different song, and it was awful, absolutely awful. Having stir-fried lobster with veggies, nice. Sounds. I was gonna say awful because I read it sounds awful from Dust. That sounds delicious. There we go. God, it was like wrenching my brain away from the word awful. I do that all the time. Constantly. My brain just plays association games. It goes, you're reading the word bonanza. So whenever you say a B word in the next sentence, bonanza is going to come to mind. Just thinking, do I speak with an Australian accent? Because there was a stereotype in Scrubs or something like it, that no one understands Australians. Understand me quite well. Just a silly question. No, you're good. I'm weird. I'm a bit of a weirdo. I'm strange. No, it's kind of true. I overly enunciate to my own detriment. I alienate myself because of it. I don't know. I enjoy enunciating things really, really, really clearly. And it makes me sound like I'm not speaking with an Australian accent. It's not a posh thing. It's just I enjoy speaking this way kind of thing. I guess is the best way of putting it, yeah. I can put on an Australian voice more. But I don't, so I don't sound like that. I don't know. This is how I naturally talk at this point. Like it's ingrained in my veins. This is just how I sound. Other people that I know and talk to don't sound like me. So it's very much so like I'm in a loony bin of my own. But if I wanted to crank up the twang, I absolutely could. I could start talking like this all the time and I would sound way more Australian. It's got like a harsh twang to it, talking out of the side of my mouth, and it sounds way more Aussie, but okay, maybe a little bit too much stank on that one. But like I could absolutely do it. It's just it doesn't come naturally to me at this point. You want to be able to do it. It's fun. No, it's there's a thing in the D&D community known as Voices Time, where if you're practicing for either running a game or practicing for a character that you're going to play, you spend a bit of time on your own developing the voice for this character, and you sound a little bit crazy, and that's half the fun. You can totally do that with accents as well. You could learn how the Australian accent works, and then try to crank it up in your own time. Be like, oh yeah, how's it going? My name's Kessa. I'm super Australian. I'm from Australia, down under, kangaroos. Bit of practice. Aussie accents are one of the few ones you understand well, even when it's heavily accented. It depends. There are some dialects, some Australian dialects that are... It's very similar to... what's the term for... Not bogan. What's the term for English... South London... Why does it start with a B? Is that why it's in my brain? But yeah, like Cockney. No, it doesn't even start with a B at all. It starts with a C. The Cockney English accent, like, we've got similar Australian variations on that sound pretty difficult to listen to. A little bit difficult to pass. When Swedish people have accents, it's so funny. Well, I mean, joy can be found with a bunch of different accents. When I speak with a Greek accent, that is a lot of fun as well. Specifically because I can speak a little bit of Greek. So what you do is you start incorporating different sounds that you hear in Greek into English as well, and it just kind of works. You start shortening the vowels. You get a little bit sharper with the S. You roll the R a little bit. And it just kind of works. Accents are a lot of fun. Really, really, really fun. Highly recommend. You have a Swedish accent, have no clue how heavy it is. You just know you can make it worse. I wouldn't say that you've got a heavy Swedish accent. I wouldn't say that it's heavy. Highly recommend having an accent. Get one today. Yeah, 10 out of 10. Swedish people usually don't have accent because it's cringiest thing in the world. From your Swedish friend? Really? I don't think that people get like a full control over that kind of thing. Can people just not have an accent? Because I know fluent English speakers that have accents. Like, I don't think it's a case of fluency. There'd be like a different degree of training on top. Have enough of an accent that people can tell. Most place it as vaguely European. Yeah, I'd say that's about right. Special way to say words. So if you apply that to English, it sounds funny. Yeah. That's basically the gist of it. That's how accents work, is you're used to pronouncing certain consonants or syllables, whatever it happens to be. You're used to pronouncing them in a certain way, and then as soon as you bring them over to the other language, you have to completely restructure how that... Like, for example, in German, the R sound, when you say R in English, it's very it's very in the mouth. Whether it's at the front or the back, whatever it happens to be, it's still in the mouth, very much so in the mouth. Whereas in German, right, it's in the back of the throat. That is incredibly correct. Correct. It's in the back of the throat. It's like a completely different sound, but you're still saying R. There's nothing technically wrong with you. Like, you're still making the R sound, so people don't tend to correct it. It tends to be where accents come from. It'll be that disparity between similar but not quite the same sounds that you bring over. The way you make your accent heavier is that you use the mouth configuration. You use the Swedish but talk English. Yeah, yep. You switch modes. Yeah, I know what you mean. Surprisingly hard. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose you do have to think about it a little bit. Everyone feels like their own language doesn't have an accent, but it feels like everyone else has, because a lot of Danes will say we have no accents either. I legit asked my mum growing up, like, Mum, hi, it's me, little Babby Mahali. Mum, why don't we have an accent? I thought everyone has an accent, but we don't. And she looked at me like an idiot. Really? That's the best R. Yeah. No, it's a good one. I thoroughly enjoyed the German R. According to your parents, he changed his accent when you were on tour and hung around the theatre group all day. Fair. No, that's definitely a thing. That's definitely a thing. You tend to adopt manner of speaking from people that you hang out with. Such a tough time doing a heavy Danish accent at this point, even if you want to illustrate for people what it... Yeah, I have to do the same thing with Australian. I have to sit there and think for a second. What does an Australian accent sound like again? I can't quite remember. Can't quite put my finger on it. I have to almost do like little stretches in my head, like, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? It's like, oh, okay, there we go. Found it again. Your Swedish accent barely pronounces arts. Yeah. No, it's completely different. Completely different, yeah. Same with like The American R. You're rolling it at the front of the mouth, and it's just not what it do for the other, you know. Think you could do a better German accent than a Danish one? Yeah, I would potentially. Hi, Ghoulie. How's it going, mate? We're talking about accents at the moment, Ghoulie. Okay, that's sitting a little bit better now. Feels like there's more of a degree of separation between the bits that should be sticking forward a little bit more. I don't love how forward that bit is, so maybe we can add a wee bit more shading to this part of the fin to push it back behind the jaw. Good morning, good evening, and good night. Doing well. What's my favorite accent? The German accent is pretty good. I do enjoy a German accent. It is very satisfying to use. Really, really fun mouth noises. Probably my favorite one is German, yeah. Ja, alles gut. Ja, sehr gut. Ich bin sehr gut. Personally love Scottish and Spanish. Scottish I have a love-hate relationship with. Specifically because I can't do it. I'll go through periods of time where I can nail a Scottish accent and then cut to 3 months later, whatever it happens to be. All right, time to do a Scottish accent. Ach. It's gone. It's gone. It's one of those ones that I require practice for. If I'm doing it for a D&D character, I can nail it. Absolutely nail it. But if I've been out of practice for, you know, a couple of years, it's gone. Dust in the wind. Spanish as well, I'm not too familiar with. I've never done a Spanish accent for like any of my characters or anything, so. Something you find funny is how multilingual people tend to also switch up their body language along with the language. Yeah, no, that is fun. That is fun. There tends to be a shift in octave as well. Like, for example, I tend to speak a little bit lower whenever I'm speaking Greek. I don't know why. It just tends to be the case. Whereas in English, I'm very chipper and all over the place. I suppose it's because in English I can be as expressive as I want to because I don't have to think about it. Whereas in Greek, I'm actively thinking about all the language that I'm using. So then when I'm being more intentional with my language, my voice sounds a little bit lower. I guess. That's my guess. Saw someone switch between Japanese and Italian. It looked like a different person. Yeah. Yep. I have a relative who can... I have a couple of relatives. They're twins. One learned German, the other one... No, sorry. One learned French and the other one learned Japanese. And both of them, their pitch shifts upwards whenever they speak the other language. It's really interesting. Really, really, really interesting. Way more confident when you speak in English than your native language. Guess your English part of your brain experienced less PTSD. Yeah, well, there you go. Boom. No, it's definitely like a mode that you switch to and fro from. Cockney accent was on your fragrance? 100%. The problem that I have with the Cockney accent is that I always switch to Bogan Australian in the process. Ugh, it's tough. It's tough. You lower yours in English compared to Swedish? Interesting. Stewie! Thank you for the sub. 15 months! Hot damn. Hot damn. That's a year and change at this point. What's a German's favourite number? 9! 9. Hey going, bud. Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. Nearly sweet 16. Yeah, almost. Almost. One more month. I'll get the cake, okay? We'll do the whole cake. I'll jump out of the cake in the process as well. I'll have like a party hat on. Streamers. Streamers. I'll be one big streamer. Wish you could do voices like Mel Blanc. It's one of those practice things. If you really wanted to, you could put in the time. This is a broken record problem for me, though. You know my opinion on these things. If you want to develop a skill, you absolutely can. Under Siege style. Yeah, exactly. The cake will be shaped like a big horse. Stewie, are you ready? It's going to be a big horse, and I'm just going to leave it outside your house. And you can be like, oh, sweet, a horse. And then you're going to bring it inside because, of course, somebody else is going to take the horse if you don't bring it inside. You'll put it on your dining room table. You'll be like, time to chow down. And I'll jump out and be like, you're under siege. Frick you. I'll start burning things. To know if his skill is obtainable. I mean, you can certainly get closer. You can. I believe it, dude. Everybody is a bundle of potential. It's a case of investing that potential in things. You can do far north Queensland accent, Adelaide, Sydney, and Steve Irwin. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. No, even I can't really distinguish between English dialects. It's for me, it's like it's Australian, and then there's Bogan, yeah. It's about it, yeah, mate. 2 modes. Your mime accent is on point. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, okay. Just imagining in the middle of the D&D session. You just go completely silent, start pointing around at things, and everyone's like, what's going on here? Oh, I'm a mime. This character's a mime. I'm a mime. Has potential. Workshop it. Can't say they're mime. They're gonna mime it. Yeah, no, but like they'll use the mime accent to say it. It'll be real legit. Don't worry about it. I'm a mime. Mime to the mime. Oh, that's what they were doing. Yeah, okay. Keep the players when they're all on one. You have activated my trap card. Frick you. Oops. Oops. Okay, that's better. That's better. Sorry, just trying to stay in character. There was a homicide at a D&D table. Everybody got stabbed. Well, yeah, I was the villain. I was playing the villain. Really just getting into character, you know. And roll for death save. How do you plead? Well, I gotta wait. I'll roll for persuasion. I'm sat in front of the judge. I rolled a 19. Judge, what do you think of that? Everything is fair game as long as it's in character. 100%. 100%. What, Daniel Day-Lewis gets awards, but I don't? Oh, no. See? And the judge is now in the pit. Rolled a 3 on insight. Okay, let's bring a little bit of blue into the beige. Fun little reflecty business. A little bit more blue down here. But yes, no, I had this question before. Has anyone done LARPing before? This isn't a name and shame. I've got questions. I've never LARPed, so I don't know. I'm looking for somebody with any degree of expertise. Specifically, I have a scenario for you. If you were to hypothetically LARP in an IKEA, how would that work? Would you have like a DM or like a GM running around with you, like setting up the scenarios, or is it a group GMing effort? One of your friends has been bitten by it recently. Okay, we might have to kidnap this friend to ask them questions, but like out of curiosity, of course. In the name of science, answer my questions. What freaking layer are you? Ho-oh. Piss off. Na, na. Can forward the question. Okay. So, in LARPing, is there a GM figure, or is it just communal? Like everybody just kind of decides what the scenario is. Because if there is like a GM person role, I'd imagine that in this IKEA scenario, they'd be able to go around to the employees and be like, no, don't worry about it. They're just on an adventure, and they'd be able to like retain the cohesiveness of the storytelling, you know? Haven't done LARP, but as far as you know, there's both versions. Some where there's a smaller group play and have one person be the GM. Bigger events have group rules, or ground rules, and then everybody sort of GMs together. Interesting. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Kind of, I mean, I suppose you could have somebody on a megaphone just yelling over the field, but... Hey, Pokemon, Mahali, Poke. Yeah. Hi, Highfield, how you going? Welcome. How's your stream before today? Sorry, I was busy at the time. I didn't get to jump in. What'd you play? What am I doing with those nostrils? Gyarados, what am I doing? Do I desaturate them a ton? Is that the play? I think that's the play. It is so out from influence. No, but then that looks weird. Break. I anticipate that this is once again a perspective issue. I imagine that I'd have the head like... Yeah, the mouth kind of goes like that, whereas the head kind of sits off to the side. Yeah, okay. How can I fix it? I can't particularly fix it. I can just say it's stylized and then move on. So if I'm going to do that, I should try and darken the nostrils more. Haven't checked the stats on it yet. Been playing an indie game with, you think, like one viewer on the category. So you're not too surprised it didn't do it. Fair. Which game, if you don't mind me asking? Was it the rhythm game from the other day? The one where you were stuck in the maze for half an hour? Not that that's funny, because it's terrible. But like, it was a little bit funny. Streaming with a friend, playing Blood Typers, a survival typing game. Ooh, okay. Kind of like Typing of the Dead or whatever it's called, where you go around shoot zombies by like typing in words as they round corners and stuff. That sounds cool. You know that your friend was most recently at one of the big ones where everyone was assigned to a type of role, either noble, person, or servant. Believe they also all have their own goals that they will try to accomplish while the events are being facilitated. For example, had a wedding happen. Interesting. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. So you're given like a generalized role, and then kind of like a Cluedo type situation. Mafia is the term, where you're given like a hidden role underneath as well. It's like you have this X thing that you can try and accomplish during the session as well. It's definitely a neat enough setting concept to get back at it. You noticed after about an hour that your hands were starting to... Oh, yeah, no, that is a problem that I wouldn't have... Yeah, because even... Interesting. Because usually with games, you're inputting keystrokes quite often, but it tends to be in like a locked relax, in a set relaxed position. Whereas as soon as you're typing, you're kind of engaging your whole hand for that bit. I would imagine that if you're really good at typing, you wouldn't get the hand aches. Sorry, not to call you out as a bad typer, but like a stenographer or something. I don't know. Somebody who types a lot for a living might have a decent time with it. Might not get the hand cramps as much. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. So if I can inject a little bit of that blue back in. There we are. You are a bad typer. You type fast. Doesn't necessarily equal accurate. Well, I don't necessarily mean... I mean more somebody who's really experienced with typing. To the point where whenever they're typing, they have their hands quite relaxed because they're used to the motion. Whereas I imagine if you're not used to typing, you'd like tense up your hands quite a bit as you're jotting around the keyboard. Reminds you of the game Crypt Master. Cast spells by typing their names. And you unlock new letters as you progress. Yeah, Field actually recommended Crypt Master to me the other day. I've yet to give it a go, but it's on the list. If you want to get hand cramps typing on a typewriter, well, I imagine again that it would be similar, right? Where you could develop a hand comfort with a typewriter. Potentially, it'd be difficult because there's nowhere to really rest your hands, right? Because it's all like it's quite high off of the desk, so your hands are. How would that work? It'd be quite similar to piano, actually, now that I think about it, because when you're playing piano, you're not actually supposed to rest your hands on the keyboard at all. You have to have them kind of suspended up and then in a relaxed manner play the keys. I'd imagine it'd be quite similar for the typewriter, where you have your hands by default raised above the typewriter. You're not resting on anything, and then you input your keys with relaxed fingers. Your fingers weren't hurting, but your wrists were. Ah, fair. Okay. A lot of yours need cleaning / rolling to run smoother. Yeah, that could also do it. Where it's less to do with hand cramping and more to do with that jarring feeling of pressing the key. Yeah. Think typewriters have no hand rest on purpose. You're supposed to actually press down with your shoulder and arm, not your wrist, like in a piano. Really? Okay, so it's like the raising and lowering of... I straight up did Muppet arms. But I suppose that would be true, where you're actually like using the whole system. Forgot Crypt Master is on the agenda. Do genuinely think I would like it, but also just really want to play it. Watch the trailer and decide for yourself. That's the plan. I haven't had time to myself really. I have had time to myself, but not to the point where I've then gotten up to like peruse the list of to-dos. Kind of like that, yeah. Require a lot more force for the keys than in modern keyboards. Really? Okay, so you actually do have to press your whole hand. Interesting. You've played that with Cat. Ooh, is it good? Fields swears by it, but it'd be interesting to get your verdict as well. I've got a little wheeze bag behind me sleeping, making ghosty noises. Swear by it having never played it, but you're really excited to try. Right. Okay, fair. Okay. No, that's fair enough. You can get a vibe before having played it. Nothing wrong with that. Quite like it, but it's too long in between the times you play for it to be good at right. So definitely one of those things that you have to actively practice. Not practice as in like, I want to play Crypt Master, so I have to practice. No, it's more if you want to do well at the game, you have to kind of play it in consecutive sittings to keep the skill up. Helps that you work together because you're good at remembering the words you need. Okay, fast at typing. There you go. Well, I'm neither of those things, so I'm fricked, I guess. Might be a solo dev thing too. Ooh. No, I was having a whinge to somebody the other day that it's not even that the business practices of AAA games alienate me from buying them, which they do, don't get me wrong. But it's just AAA games just don't seem interesting anymore. I don't know what it is. I don't find it's got better graphics compelling anymore. I mean, I hardly ever did, but even less so nowadays. The remembering of words, it's tough when you put the game down for a bit. Yeah. No, memorization is definitely a thing that you can build up. I looked into it ages ago. It is actually something that you can trade. All budget goes to graphics, but to make good game, you need to pay writers. Yeah, it seems to be the case that writers just don't get paid. It's probably not true. Writers probably do get paid, but they're probably not given the best like starting material. I've had plenty of occasions where is it bad for me to say? I've had clients who have given me like a really specific vision, but that vision isn't very good for what they want, and then it's not turned out fantastically. And I imagine it's the same with writing. AAA games are the same slop every time. Why do people keep buying that crap? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like a wanting to be part of the in group, you know, where it's like everybody's playing them. I want to be aware of like what the thing is that's popular. In a weird place with indie devs, where it's an interesting mechanic and is it fun to play? Going forth, is it interesting or unique enough to justify the jank? Yeah. I mean, a lot of indie projects tend to be quite well polished nowadays. Last game you finished was Baldur's Gate 3. Before that was The Witcher 3. Nintendo seems to be the only developer that I tend to go back to. Any of the major ones. Otherwise, it's all indie stuff. Every AAA game needs a FET mode to save the industry. That's just reminded me of the tendency to be like, the game's going poorly. I know. Let's add a roguelite element to the game. Frick. I get roguelites are popular. I get it. No, I fully understand. It doesn't save your game concept though. Don't just chuck in a roguelite element and be like, there we go, fixed. Silksong was the first game in ages you actually look forward to. I can't think of a game that I'm super pumped for. No, that's not true. I'm excited for The Adventures of Elliot. Done by the same people who do Octopath Traveler. Super psyched for it. It looks sick. You love janky little indie games? You've been playing a lot of game jams? Game jam games? Fair. It's one of those things where if you're looking to fill your time a little bit, they're perfect because you don't need to overly invest. I've slowly but surely tried to break myself out of heavy investment games. Like a Slay the Spire. I've played Slay the Spire enough to where I can happily retire it with a smile on my face. Because otherwise I would just play it until the end of time. Whereas shorter indie games, jank included, you can just sit down, play through them for an hour, 2, whatever it happens to be, and then you've had a new experience, it's been interesting, it's been fun, and then you can move on to the next one. You're trying and experiencing new things constantly. It's fun. Sometimes the jank is part of the charm. Not going to pretend that that's across the board. You do really appreciate someone just making a new thing and trying new stuff. Yeah. Reminds you to look into game jams going on. Yeah, no, do it. I mean, you've got a little bit of experience with coding as well, which would help a ton. No, that sounds perfect. When people were saying the only games that could kill Destiny would be Destiny, now it's actually happening with the release of Destiny Rising. Yeah, it's a little bit sad, but I don't know. They've done it to themselves. There's only so much sadness that I can hold in my heart. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, kinda. A little bit of that at the moment, yeah. Do you think that people that actually are the code know way more than you do? Right. You do think that people that actually know how to code know way more than you do, but you might be able to help in a pinch If you have time where you don't need to crunch on the art, that is. Yeah. Yep. No, it's definitely a case of... it's what I love about certain movie directors is as part of the filming process, because they know how the visuals are actually made, they'll have that creation process as in consideration for how they film a scene. So for example, you might have a film director who goes, okay, so I want a tear in space and time there with like a portal to hell, and like demons are coming out. Director one would just say that that's there in the corner, put like little markers, like, okay, I want the portal to be here, and they just film the scene and then move on. A more considerate director would put in a stand-in portal with like moving LEDs, with like stand-in character models for like reference, so that when they're modeling these 3D creatures that are coming out of the portal to hell, the artists have like a point of reference to like how the skin would react to the light and that sort of thing, and then like the actors get a more genuine reaction. It's just leagues above no consideration for it. So you've got a similar thing going on with a bit of cross knowledge between different parts of like indie dev stuff, where if you've got a consideration for how coding works, maybe you like clean up your sprite work, or you break up the sprite into like manageable chunks that they can then like animate in ways that are super code friendly type of thing. It helps having a little bit of knowledge. Speaking of indie projects, looking for someone to try We Kill Monsters when it releases, since it has online co-op listed. Ooh, another one you're excited for? Michael Bay is one of the best directors. Michael Bay at least does like practical explosions and stuff, so that he doesn't go just like, we'll do it in post, we'll do an explosion in post. Is it consideration for the effects, or is it I just want to blow something up? Who's to say? Who's to say? Def have a better understanding of the other jobs than just art. Yep. And it would help. It would help. Because you'd have certain artists who come up with amazing concept work for like, this is what the character's going to look like. It's like, sick. Okay. How do we use this as a sprite? It's like, no, you can't. It's like, it's not chopped up into like bits that can be, you can add a skeleton or anything. Like, it just, yeah. A bit of consideration across practices helps a ton. Why not both? Having an appreciation for practical effects and wanting to blow stuff up. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. It's something I hadn't considered. You know what, Dust? I think you're right. I think Michael Bay is actually incredibly considerate when it comes to his visual effects too. It's true though. Michael Bay probably does have quite a good system in place for doing for doing digital effects, in the sense that the Transformers movies, regardless of how you feel about them, the visual effects on them, again, regardless of how you feel about the style of it, whatever, the quality of the visual effects is really high. You don't get that degree of, oh my goodness, that is a robot, without good filmmaking practice. It got a little bit messy in the later films, where you've got just robots turning into cubes and just flying through the air at 1,000,000 miles an hour and like becoming light beams and stuff. That's when it got a little bit not as grounded in the visuals. But no, anything before that, You can definitely tell that they must have had at least visual references on set. He would have made Lord of the Rings a much better film. Who's to say that the elves don't have revolvers, you know? Give that elf over there an AK-47. Nah, but it's like magic though. It's like a magic AK-47. Okay, I want to blend that whisker into the background a little bit. And then have this bit of the whisker pop forward. Again, just a little bit. My goodness, a full-on goblin tuba behind me. Couldn't have done any worse than the last Hobbit movie. No, that is correct. The last Hobbit movie was definitely a thing that exists. Is definitely a thing that exists. For sure. I don't know, man. I have no idea what was going on with... The second movie didn't feel like a complete movie. The third one didn't feel like a movie at all. To be fair, though, if you think about it, the industry has learned at least a little bit. We've stopped having like weird trilogies and split finale shenanigans that doesn't make sense anymore. Like when was the last time that we had a movie that was adapted from something and split unnaturally? Like the Hobbit movies, like the Divergent series, like Twilight and stuff. Why is there a Christmas calendar out and advertised already? Christmas calendar having a September 25th coupon code is a crime. Yeah, no, that's a little bit gross, seeing as we haven't even... Usually it's a Halloween first. Usually it's a Halloween first. How was dinner, Pretender? Going on vacation on Sunday? Ah, nice. No, good to hear. Good to hear. That's really exciting. So you're in a dilemma. In what way? Report them to the authorities. Yeah, exactly. Best place to find a game jam is itch.io. As you enter the main page, there's a button at the top and says Game Jams. Bring down straight to a calendar. There's 9 starting tomorrow. Hot damn! There are 9 game jams tomorrow? Well, okay then. So finding game jams, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Finding people to help you with game jams, that might be a little bit more limited. How many perfumes to bring with you? Well, be just a couple. You don't need that many. It's like shoes, right? Even if you have a really nice shoe collection, you don't bring all your shoes with you when you go on holidays. Presumably. Bring 3 or 4? Yeah, 3 or 4 seems fine. Like a bit excessive. I would take like 1, but that's just me. How many game jams have their own Discord servers dedicated to finding people? Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But it would be a case of finding people that jam with you, you know, as in like good vibes, shared good vibes across the group. Had an applicable skill. It'd be fun to join a game jam. Well, do game jams have like people limits? You could totally be just there for ideas, you know, freak art. Stream for the king inside. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We should play again, but not in lieu of art, unfortunately. Sorry, bud. That was a very funny way to drop the proposition. The one game jam you've participated in, you came alone, found a group that needed an artist, though that was in person. Fair. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that could work. Because there'd be plenty of groups that are like, we've got a bunch of coders, we have an artist, but we could probably use another one. I'd imagine that would be a relatively common occurrence. Bring their 10 milliliter decants. Yeah, fair. Landed on 3 to 4 players for that game. Could control 2 players each. Can be that one guy in the meme where they're going through everyone's superpowers and there's just one guy that makes good life decisions. Yeah, exactly. You can be the layman who's there, who's like, guys, that idea that you've come up with is not very good. I don't think we should make a game about toilets. That doesn't sound very fun. Go, then we chuck a highlight. Get 4 players. You'd want to stream it though. Okay. For the king. That might have to wait until after Balan, unfortunately. But otherwise, I'd be down. Either that would have to be like a an off regular stream time, so that I can still manage my regular streams as well. What up, nerds? Hi, Billy. We're chatting about game jams at the moment. And how sick it would be to take place, to take part in one. Be really cool. Back to my Parlin, yeah. Sorry, bud. Yeah, you've wasted no time at all in immediately engaging in recruiting. No, that's really impressive. Speaking of recruiting, smooth, super smooth, but Harley, I freaking nailed it. Just a heads up to anyone who missed it at the start of stream. The Hearth side for this weekend is available on the Discord now. So if you are interested in joining this Saturday, go sign up. Flawless. No, absolutely seamless. Incredible. I can't believe I'm so smooth with it. Classic Harley Shield. It doesn't get any better than that. Intrigued. Can't commit to the game. That's fair. That's very fair. No, it's a terrible game though, because Fields keeps getting killed, and it just makes it really difficult to just do anything. Really, it feeds his brains out. And they need to commit to like one session. True. No, we'll beat the game in one session. Easy. We completed the first chapter, just 2 players out of 4. Could have potentially completed the second chapter as well. It is doable. The tank is complaining after you revived it. I don't know what it's talking about. I got revived once, I think. Okay. It's feeling a lot better, but still not quite there yet. As I said, my goal is if I can completely finish Gyarados, if I can completely finish Splash 2 this stream, then I can't see why I wouldn't be able to complete the final. I wouldn't be able to finish it completely by the end of next stream. Might have died almost as much as you did. I don't know. That doesn't sound like me. I remember just winning everything. To be honest, that's all I remember. It was hazy. I hogged an Erndling. Seriously, our party's falling apart. It's doomed from the start. Showed with a loot and hammer. That is fair. That is fair. It was really impressive feats for having a loot and a hammer. Oh my god. Complete tangent. Has anyone seen power scaling online? Is anyone else familiar with power scaling? It's maybe the funniest thing. It's maybe the funniest thing I've ever come across. You have dedicated YouTube channels that sit there and go, well, if Legolas were to fight Frodo, Legolas has, let's see, has like elven accuracy, has climbed an elephant and has like killed a whole bunch of people. But Frodo defeated the Dark Lord. That's a feat. That is a thing that Frodo has done. You can't ignore it. You have to compare notes. It's very funny to me. I come from a school of thought where power of a character doesn't really matter, in the sense that like true potential of a character doesn't necessarily show itself until they're in the right moment, you know? Yeah, I suppose that's the best way of putting it. Where a character might sort of be holding back until like the spotlight shines on them, and then they have a moment to really show what they're worth. Plot armor doesn't count. Well, yeah, there are just like a million things like plot armor, like what's the word? There's a term for when a character is essentially called upon to step up. But all of this just can't be accounted for in power scaling. So it's really, really, really funny to see people comparing characters in this way. What I find even funnier, though, is when these people make the comparison, but for characters who have basically not done anything in the story so far. And then they just start making claims based on like the vibes that the character has. It's very funny. It's very, 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 very funny. Specifically within the One Piece community, it's really popular. It's really, really, really popular to do. But there are a ton of characters in One Piece who have been introduced and haven't really done anything in the story so far, because they're essentially being kept basically for the last minute, for like the final crescendo, whatever it happens to be. But these people will still go through and be like, yeah, but this character they've been like hyped up as like the strongest the strongest backflipper in all the lands. It's like, well, okay, well then based on the fact that they're the strongest backflipper because people talk about how strong they are at backflipping, then clearly they can beat Jim from down the road. Because Jim isn't called the strongest backflipper. 16's not bad. 16's not bad at all. How you going, Digi? You ascend from the depths of the pit. Oh. Welcome. How's your time in the pit? You having a good time? Oh no, Billy. Oh, Minnow. Deary dear. Hi, Ace Loki. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. How you going? Someone say dice roll? Yeah, please do. If you type in !D20, you'll get a result. Oh, close. Close. Painting is looking great. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I need to just be done with it. I need to be done with it. There are a few things that are just baked into the DNA of it that I'm not too happy with. So I need to come to terms with how it is, finish it, send it out into the ether, move on. It's coming along though, definitely coming along. Splash 2 is looking way better than he was earlier. You only roll 9s and 10s. Oh, good place to be. Good place to be. Solid average. Either potato. Fair. Excuse me. I would like to order your finest bout of potato fries. I do hope that you use fresh potatoes. Incroyable. Move on. Enough. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of at that point where I've made all of the adjustments that I think I can logically do. And then from here, I just I spit shine it, and then move on. Know that feeling of being stuck on a painting and it's just a slog? It's less slog and more like understanding that I can't shift it from where it is. I need to just come to terms with the fact that by its skeleton, it's kind of is what it is, and just accept it and move on, because otherwise I'm wasting time on the next potential piece. Starting something so new. Starting something new will be so refreshing and nice. 100%. 100%. But yes. How you going, Loki? How's your day been so far? Okay, we go with that lovely burgundy. And then same for you, Digi. What are you up to? It was very funny, you'll say. Oh, I heard a little goblin wake up behind me. My housemate is home, so she's going, ah! Finally, somebody who's not stupid and streaming. Oh no, pretend into the pit with you. Into the pit. Condemned. 2 accounts at once? Kind of. The tavern has an account. And then, unless that wasn't directed at me. There we go. Looks a little bit better. Oh no, Dust. At least Dust will accompany you. Fair, fair. You're lost? Alright, how can we find you? What is it that you're lost about? Need something to draw? Give you something? Anything? Well, the prompt for this month is... Ooh! Prompt for this month is a natural 20. Heck yeah. You've ascended. The prompt for this month is Septamery. So there's a prompt there if you'd like. Like Sword Timber, but any weapon goes. Tried to do the prompt. It was just not working out. Fair. I mean, you could draw Pokemon like me if you like. This can be a draw along if you'd like. I mean, it doesn't have to be this image, but you can draw Pokemon as well if you want. All by yourself, down in the pit, all by yourself. Frick! Okay, that's looking a little bit better. Any other element? I could go through and do a few more specular highlights. Like so. Whoop. Having the pit by yourself? Heck yeah, you are. Can you roll to see how your pit lodgings are coming? Yeah, please, by all means. What kind of... How sturdy of a shack have you built up so far? $16's not bad. I reckon with a 16, let's see. Yeah, with a 16, you've got walls, you've got a roof. Like it's cobbled together. It's a shack. You've got like a bit of a slanted roof. The door's not quite on straight, so you can kind of see around the doorway a little bit. It still swings open, just at a bit of an angle, you know. Definitely accommodation though. Like, it works. Definitely works. It fits the bill. It has character. Yeah, no, oozing with character. Forgot to say that last stream, quick sketch of the pit you drew. Wanted to colour, but couldn't figure out how. You're about to delete it, but then you reckoned you'd post it anyway. Someone wants to colour it, change it, or do anything with it, they're very much so welcome to. Ooh, okay. So the pit drawing that you posted to the Tavern fan art channel. Yeah, okay. Heck yeah. Did give a very nice description. Aw, thank you. Well, hopefully that's helped you with the essence of a visual. Okay, try and drag some of these details back into the background a little bit more. Get out of here. Same with the back of the neck. We need to bring some of that burgundy in. Ooh. Okay, not like a blood red. Heck no. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's maybe a little bit closer to what I want. That's doing the job. Darken this bit of the scale as well. Canvas sharing stream, anyone? We've tried. I've tried doing canvas sharing with Ghoulie in the past, and it's been fun. It's been fun, like a true canvas share where like you're working on the same space. Didn't enjoy it as much as we've switched to a canvas passing format, which has been a lot more successful, I feel. And then in terms of when I want to do another one, I was actually looking to maybe next week on a Tuesday. Could be quite good. tooth just feels wrong. Can I rotate it? Does that fix the problem? Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, that somewhat fixes the problem. Perhaps could make a magma board? Make a collective concept of how the pit looks like? Yeah? Yeah, could absolutely do that. Feel about drawing Pokemon from memory? Oh. My problem is that I'm not very good at the quick sketch, you know? My quick sketches don't turn out very nicely. I feel as though it's a format that lends itself to sort of that more fun style. I'm not very good at having fun, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Now we add the spit layer. Yep. Perfect. Keen to see what happens tomorrow night in the next session. Yeah, I am keen. I'm keen. Specifically because I've rebuilt my character now, so it'll be interesting to see how he performs. Just makes it better though, because it's jankier. Yeah, I suppose. It'd have to be Pokemon that I'm familiar with. Like, if it's a Pokemon where I have to be like, which one is that one again? I mean, well, it could work. It could definitely work. Hi, Tika. Hi. Welcome, welcome. It'll be good practice for me. Yeah, no, that is a good point. That is a good point. Like, otherwise, when else am I going to do that kind of thing? Yeah, fair. Kind of want to draw. You're in pain. Is it the type of thing where it would help distract you, or is it just too much? How you going, Tika? How's your week been? Oh, there was a very fast car for a second that just whizzed past. Oh my goodness. I am both incredibly impressed and also I love the person who was driving that car. I'm enamored with them because of how loud it was. Eepy just woke up. Already wants a nap. Oh no. Stay with us. Stay with us, Tigger. Don't close your eyes. Five-minute scribble. Heck yeah. Easy done. The pain will distract you. Won't be able to think or concentrate enough for what you want to draw. Fair. Cocoa coffee must save you. You must. You must. Also want to crochet. Think your shoulder... but you should rest your shoulder and avoid self-inflicted pain. Don't eat. Don't look up anything. Just toad's crawl from memory. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I could do a toad scroll from memory. I could do a toad scroll from memory. All right. Okay, we ready? Toad scroll from memory. No cheating. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Yep. Welcome to Mushroom Park. Wait, no. Frick. All of its details are underneath the head of the bush. I've got time. It just dawned on me. Like this. Tentacle is a fungus? Yeah. Don't know why I've got the Jurassic Park theme in my head while I'm drawing, but it's fine. He's reading a little book. There we go. Don't worry about it. And then quickly, we've got time. Bit of colour. Green, yellow. I think. God, I can't remember. This is just green. I don't know why I said green, yellow. And then I think it's a like a dark maroon or something like this on top. something like that with... I don't know, man. No, I want to say like a pink. Like a pinky red or something. I don't know. Just purely off vibes. Purely off vibes. I've still got time. Okay, and then highlights. Low lights. Frick. And then a little drop shadow underneath. There it is. There it is. It's Toad Scroll. Exactly as it looks as well. Why does Toadscruel look like the evolution of that one squid Pokemon, but in a different color? I think the idea was that it was supposed to be like, not perpendicular, parallel evolution, in the same way that like Doug Trio and Wug Trio, or Wiglet and Diglett, are like similar but not quite the same. Tentacruel of the Fungus, yeah, yep. Official version of the song or the recorded cover? I'm not sure. The colouring is what you're here for. I'm happy to deliver. What a random Pokemon you've chosen. Someone who knows Pokemon better than you. I mean, it's pretty good. Ah, frick. I was so freaking off. I feel like I got the vibe. I got the vibe, right? I knew I shouldn't have gone as green as I did. Hit it on the head? I hit myself on the head, yeah. Never met this man before. Yeah, no, exactly. Definitely that kind of vibe. Like, what did the criminal look like? Oh, it was a mushroom. He was reading a book. He was about this tall. Had like a real chill vibe about him. Signature. Copy. And pasted into She-Ra. There you go. Boom. Ooh, the shack. I love the shack. Excellently done, did you? Excellently done. Cruelly judging that book. Toads cruelly. It's probably a little nicer from what I described it. No, like absolutely got the vibe. Definitely got the vibe. Ah, this is excellent. Actually, no, Billy, thank you. What you've allowed me to do is go from the shall we say flawed Toadscruel rendition to rendered Pokemon, and they look way better in comparison. Actually amazing. Actually incredible strat. I was fussing a little bit. Yeah. Fair. Welcome back. But yeah, Digi. No, it looks sick. It looks sick. I feel as though it captured the spirit of what I described. delicious timer juice. Don't drink too much. I've heard that I can go straight to the ad. No, that's not quite right. Maybe if I have the majority of the highlight in one section to imply that like the light's really hitting one particular bit and then the rest of it isn't quite in vogue, in frame, in focus. Okay, so let's have the majority of the shine on that little bit of spittle there. Everything else can kind of get hidden away. Looks a little bit better. What was the example that you gave before, Billy? It was Sully from Monsters Inc. doing his big roar. Found a cool typewriter for 10 starting bid, except it's 520 a sec in shipping. Oh. You make another? Yeah, do it. Sully Monsters Inc. Raw. I was going to say spitting. Raw. No spittle in sight. At least not from the ones that I can see. What about Shrek roaring? Yeah, there we go. Look at that. With the HD watermark and everything. Somewhere random down here. Perfect. Beautiful. Spit flying. Have fun drawing saliva. Oh, thank you. Return from your gaming and homework session. Nice. How'd you go? Friend has returned with LARP answer. Generally, there should always be a minimum of one GM present, and then a handful of NPCs to move a scene and or plot forwards. Can't speak for weekly LARPs, though. Only larger events. Right. Okay. Interesting. Back to playing the Demon Slayer game, but the sequel, it's really fun. Ooh, glad to hear it. You officially reached 100k channel points. Nice. I swear, Billy and I are actively in the process of making at least 2 new channel point things that will be very, very cool that you'll be able to happily spend them on. I promise. I swears on my heart. The one thing that is almost finished. Don't remember the other. Similar to Timer Juice. Want to save yours until you can pay for a commission with channel points? Dear. They're grand aspirations. Easy though, could set it up myself if I wanted. Oh, for sure, it's just finding the time. And also easy for you, not easy for me. I'm stupid. I don't have a brain for these things. It's still on screen? Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. It's all been drunk. It's empty. I have to put it away. Is that better? Does that... Subtle other attempts were missed? Oh, sorry. How many times do I have to say it? As soon as I press the go live button, my brain actually melts into a puddle on the floor. True. It's true. That's how it happens. Looked like a magnifying glass that didn't magnify. And when we were talking about using a magnifying glass for detective work earlier, I like the idea of dropping one from the ceiling. Have some of the adjustment over the center of the mouth too. Yeah, for sure. I'm just trying to capture the spray on the outside first, and then why do I say these things out loud? I'm trying to capture the spit spray. I'm trying to catch it like a catcher's mitt, you know? Keep it for later. Now, if it's brighter, do I do this? Apologies for the silence, by the way. I've gotten to the point where, like, unironically, my brain has become the physical state of mush. Yeah. My brain has rejected physical form. It has become incorporeal. Soup. Listening and whistling to Vincent so much. The music is it's so good. It's so good. Just a thing that happens. It's a feature, if anything. Smooth brain. Yeah. I suppose that's how that works. Like the wrinkles slowly but surely become soup. There we go. We've got a little bit more. It's incredibly wet, but I mean, what spit is it, you know? Beautiful. Beautiful. Your shacks are too fancy? I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Some people pay top dollar for things that look nice. I mean, it's not everyone, but it might sound a bit strange, but people actually enjoy things that look nice. Weird, maybe. Do I understand it personally? Not really, but it's a preference thing, you know. I personally prefer my shacks to be as rundown as possible. Just say whatever comes to mind, like spit and saliva. Just dribble it out. Yeah, no, fair. It makes sense. An incredible visual metaphor for Mahali's brain right now. This is one of your favorites? It's a good one. It's a very good one. Just realised something about last Dagger Heart session. Don't think you should tell me. Glad is asleep, so I can't... Oh no! Is it one of those things that you just kind of... you tuck under the rug and you go, don't worry about it? Because as a viable strat, I think darken this face fin considerably. No one in the pit can afford your shags. Oh, dear. You've priced yourself out of the market. Yeah. Too much of a luxury product. Something behind the curtain. Fair. Not a spoiler, just a thing that you don't want to break any illusions. Ah, yeah, fair. Fair. In which case, yes, I do insist that you don't peel back the curtain on that one then. Love the sequel to Demon Slayer game for one sole reason. It's that sort of just expansion on the first game. Haven't changed much of the gameplay other than story and character roster. Every previous character still plays the exact same. Really? Because a lot of people tend to have a whinge about how, like, the new game is exactly the same as the old game. It's so different. What's the point? So interesting to hear you say, but I love that, actually. I love that it's the same. Found this out because you 2-0'd someone as Gyutaro using the combos you made from the previous game. Oh, there you go. Boom. How are we going? How are we going, Splash 2? What do we reckon? I'm liking the head. Liking the head at this point. Liking the body more or less. Need to quickly do like the hidden bit of body there and the tail, but that shouldn't take too long at all because a lot of it is just in the background. I can scrub quite a bit of the detail. More Shaq posting. Digi's been on a big roll recently, just posting Shaq after Shaq after Shaq. Really specific niche. You've really nailed down this part of the Shaq market. Dear. I do really like the idea of gaining infamy as somebody who posts pictures of Shaq specifically. That's very fun. I like that idea a lot. Still think Gyutoru's entire kit is stupid. I mean, demon character that inflicts poison just does high damage in general is kind of crazy. I mean, is it a pardon my faux pas if it is a faux pas, but is it like a full game or is it like a Roblox thing? In which case, it's kind of understandable that the balance is all over the place. Shacks are too big and fancy. Oh, dear. The spirit. I feel as though the spirit is captured. Instead of just a single pit, it's actually a huge crater. I mean, we already have it to where the pit is 1 kilometer deep. So, yeah. Wait, why are we in the Ho-Oh layer? Freaking excuse me? What? Oops. Oh, I must have accidentally selected. Yeah, there we go. Always imagined it as a serious vision. Well, it's like it's beneath the floorboards of the tavern. So you know how you have some houses where there's like a void underneath the house and it's like propped up on not stilts, where it's got the foundation and then it's propped up a little bit in order to like allow for airflow and heat retention and that kind of thing. And then you've got I imagine that the pit is like below the floorboards. So if you were to slip between like a couple of floorboards or something, you'd end up in the pit. It's like a full $100 game. Just bought it because 1, had birthday money, 2, wanted to play a Demon Slayer game after the movie, and 3, because it was on sale. So it was like $80 instead of 100. Yeah, fair. Okay, well then in which case, if it's the kind of game that I think it is, there are a lot of arena fighters that came out for the Naruto series, and the balance in those games tended to be wildly off. You'd have characters that are just completely broken, that just don't allow the enemy to play the game at all. But I don't think they're really built to be particularly balanced. That's the impression that I got anyway. Similar to the Dragon Ball Z games as well, where they're just arena fighters that are pretty all over the place in terms of balance. Just kind of goes with the territory, unfortunately. Pimp My Shack, yeah. Hi, I'm Digi, and welcome to my shack. I put in like a good speaker system at the back there, put up some Christmas lights. It's not Christmas, it's only September, but I mean close enough, am I right? Am I right? September's close enough. Problem with the first game was that Slayers were just inferior to demons. So most tournaments you saw do with the game mostly consisted of Akaza versus Akaza games. Yeah. It's the same for Dragon Ball Z games. Is that you tended to have like the Saiyans and like Cell, maybe Boo, and then everyone else. But to be fair, tends to be the case in the show as well. You've been slapped in the face with inspiration. Heck yeah. Christmas decorations tend to do that, yeah. Where's your Christmas tree? It's already September. Yeah, exactly. Time's taken. Time is taken. You think the sequel makes it so that all the characters, Slayers and Demons, are kind of even in power? I mean, you beat a pretty good Akaza player with Tengen and Rengoku. There you go. Okay, so it feels a little bit more viable. That's good. I mean, again, it seems pretty accurate to the show, where all of the demon slayers just get obliterated as soon as a demon turns up. It's pretty on brand. So 10 out of 10 for accuracy. Finally have meds after months. So let's see if you run the session any better. Yeah. I'm excited for you. And excited for me. Oh, better session. Heck yeah. Even better than a good session? Oh. Lots of quality of life changes too, like dashing doesn't take up meter or switching characters doesn't take up assist meter. Interesting. So it seems as though it's encouraging faster gameplay, which is cool. Cool to hear. Performance enhancing meds. Yeah, no, Billy's getting doped up for our next session of Daggerheart. Complained about the Persona 5 collab in Overwatch enough because you hate it? No, that's fair. That's fair. Like, I don't feel as though they ought to receive brownie points just for like picking a good collaboration concept. If they didn't execute, then they should get a little bit of irk. No, that makes sense. Meh execution? No, fair. I like the quality of the skins. The skins are cool. But as you say, if the characters don't line up, if it's not the characters that make sense for you, then I can understand being a bit miffed. No, I can tell. I can tell when I feel my eyes shifting in my head because I lost focus for a second, I know that I'm out of it. Put me up in a shack for retirement. Specifically, a nice one. I know. Questionable, but hey, I'll give it a go. Probably buy the skins if you wanted to. just why make Genji Ryuji and not Yusuke? Like, Yusuke literally has a sword. I mean, I guess. I feel as though they nailed the vibe. Because Skull usually runs around with a crowbar, and they've given Genji like a crowbar-looking scabbard. I think it's fine. Retirement check? Yeah. Yep. Won't be buying their skins because you spent all your money on Helldivers 2 Warbonds instead. Thus, we are in the gaming industry state that we currently are. Gaming companies fighting over people buying their skins. It's very weird. It's a weird state. Nope. Snooze that one. I want snoozes? Yeah. Yep. Because I'm going to be snoozing soon. Well, I need to eat, but then after that, big snoozes. Take that as a yes. Sorry, I was late to see it. Honestly expecting Panther to be Widowmaker. I mean, I guess. I feel as though what the community does is they hear about the collaboration, they drum themselves up, going, okay, this character's going to be this character, this character's going to be this character, this character's going to be this character, it's going to be sick. And then the collaboration comes out, and because they've hyped themselves up as to who's going to be who, as soon as you have misalignments, you're hit with this wave of disappointment. It's almost like it would almost be better if they didn't tease the collaboration until they actually release who's who. Like, this character is this character, this character is this, like, all in one go. Just rip off the band-aid. Wu Young just looks like some guy cosplaying Joker. I mean, they've said it since the start that that's been their approach, is that it's they want it to look like, in the same way that Doomfist is just like wearing a Saitama costume. They want it to feel like it's the character wearing a costume. Which I don't hate. I do like that approach. We're so back, it's over. We're so back, it's over. Yeah. Yeah, that just tends to be the... I don't know. I'm not a fan of the... Not a fan of the all or nothing reaction. Mercy actually looks like Panther, which doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess it's really difficult to tell, given that like a complete hairstyle change and wearing a mask. It's difficult to tell if the likeness has actually changed. Whereas Wu Young is like, you can just straight up see his face. Because money, yeah. Be what it do, is what it is. I'm excited for Deadlock. I think, who was it that mentioned before? It was Dust. Dust was talking before about Silksong being the first game in ages that he was excited for. I'm excited for Deadlock. I'm very excited for Deadlock to come out. Give them props to the creativity of Makoto and Diva. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, I like the mech. The mech is very cool. Should have been Futaba. Makes more sense. Fair. I personally don't get skins for literally any game that I play, so I've got no horse in the race. None at all. Oh, no, actually, correction. I do have a horse in the race. If the collaboration comes out and it makes them lots of money and then they make, like, gameplay improvements, then I'm winning. If they made a Futaba skin, you'd be buying that stuff. Fair. That's your rant over. Excellent rant. Well done. Solid rant. 10 out of 10. Okay. Well, I've completed what I wanted to. I completed what I wanted to. My goal for this stream was to finish Splash in the background, Splash 2. And I reckon I've done that. I reckon I've nailed it. So, in my humble opinion. So, all we've got left to do really are this one, and this one. And I'm pretty happy with like their direction. Splash felt a little bit aimless, but now we've completed that, so I'm happy. Happy to move forward with the other 3. More pit posting. Heck yeah. Speaking of Deadlock, you were thinking of installing it and actually trying out. What, didn't you try it out before? Bye, Pretender. Catch you later, bud. Oh, yes, the pit stairs. Heck yes. I love it. It's so moody. I love the mood. I love the mood so much. Oh no. Speaking of the pit, Billy, you can check out all the shacks that have been built in the pit at this point. Didn't get to play the game because you were going to play with some friends and they said they didn't enjoy it. So that kind of put you off? Fair. It's a difficult game to learn because there's so much. But it's incredibly satisfying to play once you do learn how it works. They're beautiful. Thanks for stream. Thanks for hanging out. I hope everybody had fun. Yeah, let's quickly do sign off now. We've snoozed a couple of times. Yeah, so quickly start wrap up. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. We've got the sign-ups for the Hearthside this Saturday up on Discord now. So if you're interested in joining, or if you don't know what that is and you want to look into what it means, have a look on the Discord, look in the announcement section, figure out what it does, what it do. If it's interesting, then sign up. The prompt for this month, Septarmory. There we go. Septarmory. It's, oh my goodness, who got the 20? Squid. Nice. Excellent job. Yes, the prompt for this month. We're halfway through the month now, so if you want to get the prompt in before the end of the month and earn VIP for October, look for the details for that in the monthly art fair section. But yeah, otherwise, have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. I'll catch everyone around. Bye, everybody. Bye.